Hello, good evening everybody. Hello suicidal sheep. Good evening my fellow Factorio megabaser. Are you also megabasing in Factorio 1.1 or have you, like every other normal person, meanwhile progressed on to Factorio 2.0? I'm only stuck here because I was already so far in, I just couldn't upgrade to Factorio 2.0 without breaking everything. Hey, hello mildly blue. It is the final build today. Today we're going to be making the final build of this playthrough, less the actual launch facility, but the final ingredient is going to be made today. It's not what you're looking at right now, that was the purpose of last stream: solar panels, accumulators and radar, for the 4th time this playthrough. But now I will never have to build the things again, because satellites are also a thing of the past. But yeah, the only thing that is left in the list of things to do is the meanwhile banned rocket control unit. And we only need to do half of it. Not even half, I suppose, because we already got this thing up here. This thing, which is like, this is like half of the iron, all of the copper, and the other half of the iron. It is ready to be switched on. Looks like I am missing. I didn't switch on this curse splitter yet. So these belts are not backed up. But this is the entire blue chip contraption. This makes all the blue chips we need for the yellow signs, for the satellites and for the rocket control unit. So we don't need to worry about blue chips anymore. We just need to worry about the speed module. Okay, I'm in editor mode, so I can apparently not see the ingredients, but here we got it, the blue chip and the speed module, so that's what we gotta do. I think it's roughly 2 blue belts worth of speed modules. Factorio is my go-to for watching Minecraft where the gaming part is. Right, hey, hey supersonic retro propulsion. Okay, that is actually a normal sequence of words. It's just very hard to read without capitalization. Hello Odium. Right, so I guess I won't waste too much time because already a pretty late start. We are in the actual save game here. We still haven't fixed that belt weaver. I don't think I am going to fix it anymore. But it's not broken, it's working. It cannot be symmetric. It's like 11 to 9 or something like that. It's probably broken. I'm just finding excuses here. Right. So yeah, last time we built this entire thing. Now we are ready to actually switch it on with the placement of a single power pole. So let's do that once more, I suppose, but this time for real. We can watch stuff switch on one more time. Right, so all of this is just for solar panels and accumulators for the radars. There's 2 of the 6 ingredients. No, that's not true. 3 of the 6 ingredients for the meanwhile obsolete satellites. Let's take a closer look at the green chip build this time, and then we'll just follow the green chips out. A landfill stone mine update and evolution factor check. Time is 0%, pollution 26%, spawner kills 74%. Time is 0% and we are 180 hours in, 0%. That's quite unique. Looks like time really doesn't matter anymore after some point. It's default setting, so time is less of a factor than on Dead World, but I guess on Dead World the destroy factor and evolution, the destroy factor and the pollution factor are both increased as well. Given that there are much more nests on Dead World to begin with. Right. So this is this was the curse splitter from from last episode. Let's enjoy it when the lights are off. Eventually there should come some batteries here as well. Oh yeah, there they come, batteries being made in somewhat of a normal setup here. Of course we've got belt weaving going on, because I think now I'm going to become known as the belt weaver guy, even though I'm by far not the worst belt weaver in Factorio. I guess I'm the most visible one. Alright, and that means the accumulators are switching on as well. So yeah, 0.4 blue belts of solar panels, 0.4 blue belts of accumulators. So that together should be good enough for all the satellites. I found the channel through the new weaving video. Yeah, I was kinda hoping that would spread to a different audience compared to my normal series. That's why I put all the self-advertising parts in about the streams and about the other series and whatnot. I normally don't really do that. Alright, so yeah, I built the satellite parts here in this hidden away corner. The rest of the mega base is kinda over here. Just to compare sizes one more time, this is the starter base. That has got to go. We're going to build the rocket launching facility on top of this, and that's going to be larger than the entire starter base together. It's all got to go. The outline is roughly here. These beacons are the outline of the new rocket launch facility. So this area all the way to the starter lake. Pretty sizable. Looks like we need to landfill in a little bit of the lake. That means we gotta get the bends out of there. Then we got the 1000 signs per minute base, which got us the research we needed for the 10,000 signs per minute base. And then the 10,000 signs per minute base is this thing over here, the last 3 science packs. This thing over here, the first 3 science packs. We haven't gotten military science just yet. I was planning to do that when the 10,000 signs per minute base is actually running. So, my usual practice actually has been to design stuff in editor mode, but perhaps we can design this one in the real world. Let's switch off FPS because I don't really need to know about it right now. The landfill, yeah, the landfill, I forgot about the landfill. We started with roughly 45 million stone in this landfill mine. It's almost full. We're filling up the last chests here. There is 16 million left in there. But of course by this time we've got 510% productivity bonus. So if we account for that, there is about 96 million left in here. So there's about twice as much left in here as we started with. If you account for the productivity bonus. I'm just gonna let this fill up and be done with it. There is roughly 4 million landfill in these chests, and we will need about 0 of it. Unless we decide we need to expand the solar farm still, then we will need to put some landfill in there. That's what was the landfill originally was for. But as for now, it seems we can get away with roughly 75-ish gigawatts of solar. So we don't need to expand this to its originally calculated final size. That is the hopes and dreams at least. Alright, so that means the rocket launch facility is going to be here. Blue chips are all the way over here. It would probably be beneficial if we can make the speed modules somewhere close by as well. There is a couple good patches for both iron and copper right under blue chips. So that means we can join the blue chips up with the speed modules and then just route those to the facility over here, which is going to be, it's all going to be belted. The only train I'm going to have is to collect all the science packs. So if we look over here, we've got red signs, 4 belts. 4 blue belts is roughly the amount you need for 10,000 signs a minute. Green signs, and then blue signs over here. And there's already a train track laid out here. Still got to do the loading, the unloading. I think I'm going to do everything after today in a final grande finale type of stream, where we basically lead everything to the launch facility. We'll build the launch facility as well, and we'll do the train to pick up all the science packs. Basically tie everything together in a super long, probably last stream. Hey, obsolete. Still, I cannot stop smiling at your username. It's so funny. You told me the story about how you got it, but still, it's pretty funny. Right. So, I think we first need to look at what the heck do we actually need to make the rocket control units besides the blue chips. If I remember correctly, I've got like 60... I've overbuilt blue chips a little bit. I got 60 belts of green chips transformed into blue chips here. And I had some sort of a formula for how many need to go to yellow signs, how many to the satellite, and how many need to go to rocket control units. So we need to find that number of blue chips which we destined for rocket control units, and then just build a similar amount of speed modules compared to blue chips. I think that's the way to go. So yeah, let's make a save. RCUs one final time, and then we can forget about dang things forever. I'm not gonna miss them. I mean, it is kind of nice, the rocket control unit as a thematic thing. The problem is a little bit, purple science already uses productivity modules. Yellow science uses the blue chips, and then you gotta again make blue chips and another type of module, then speed module. But it's the same thing, it's the same recipe, just to get the rocket control units. So I'm not too sad about the rocket control units having disappeared. It does mean though, if I ever upgrade this base to 2.0, I'm not going to have enough blue chips to do the rocket launches. Because, of course, now there's an extra in-between step with the rocket control unit, which basically makes us require about 72% of the blue chips for rocket control units, and those get turned into 100% of the things the rockets need. So we lose the speed modules, but we actually need more blue chips directly, because there's one less in-between step which benefits of productivity modules. So, yeah, let me see. Do I have the browser open? I do. So that should be... yeah, that is the browser window. How many trains we need though? I don't know actually. We have to calculate that as well. It's gonna be on a single rail track, and it's gonna be without rail signals. We're going to try to run multiple trains on a single rail network without rail signals, and just hope that it's gonna go well. Yeah, we're finally going to have a train network. Who says I'm not a trains guy? Alright, so we're looking now at the entirety of the build. We just need to find rocket control units, I suppose. So in total for the base we need over 4 belts of blue chips. Yeah, we need 58 green belts of... 58 blue belts of green chips to make the blue chips, with the red chips in there as well, if you can still follow that. We did a build where we did 60 belts of green chips and 6 belts of red chips. So in theory we need 1.929 belts of blue chips. Actually I got something over here. Let me open that one. But this basically says 26 of the 60 belts, 26 should go to yellow signs, 6 to satellites, and 28 to rocket control units. So if this is 60 belts worth of green chips, it is right if I ignore all of this. Yeah, 60 belt of green chips. So I should divide this by 60 and multiply it back by 28. 189 divided by 60 multiplied by 28. 88.2 blue chips per second is what we are looking for. 88.2. Alright, that indeed is 28 belts of green chips. That coincides with what I saved probably 2 months ago or so. Good that myself that I make notes. I do notice that I didn't make notes for low density structures, which also has a similar division for yellow signs, rocket parts and satellites, so at least I did a semi decent job. I did it for the blue chips. I did not clean any biters just yet. So if today's stream is going to be short, I might just clear some more biters on stream. But yeah, it kind of depends on how big the speed module build is going to be. Right, so we know that for rocket control units we need to combine one processing unit with one speed module. So basically what we are going to be looking to produce is 88.2 speed modules per second. Let's open rocket control unit in a new tab. Hey, thanks CTX Tigger for the 10th month subscription, hello. Train of thought, still somewhere in my mind. Alright, so we are not looking to make this many rocket control units, but instead we want to be consuming 1.96 1.96 belts of blue chips and 1.96 belts of speed modules. Let's open speed modules in a new tab. Let's do it per second because that I remember the number. 88.2. This is basically what we want to build. Oh, those numbers actually look pretty nice. Okay, so we need 10 belts of green chips and 10 belts of red chips to make 1.96 belts of speed modules, and we don't need to overbuild this since we already have like 2% overproduction in the speed modules themselves. Alright, so this is basically easy. This is just 10 belts of green chips. We've got a blueprint for that. We also got a blueprint for red chips. Let's open this red chips in a new tab. It's basically exactly 14 belts of green chips, 14 belts of plastics, and we gotta set oil processing to basic oil only. And 10 belts of copper for copper cable. I guess we'll do 7 belts of coal into 14 belts of plastic because that's just easier. We might actually do 10 belts of copper into 14 belts of cable just to try it out. We can do some 5 to 7 splitters. Prime number to prime number splitters are the most cursed splitters that are out there. Okay, that actually all does not look too daunting. I do remember I have a modular red chip setup that produces 0.35 belts of red chips while consuming half a belt of plastic, half a belt of green chips. So I should build that 28 times, I suppose. 0.35 times 28. It's indeed 9.8 belts, so I do remember that correctly. So something like this we are going to be producing. Okay, let's set this back to per minute. 52.92. Just like some Oh, there we are. This is the exact amount we will be producing. That's important to know for the amount of assemblers we will need. Looks like we'll need a lot of them. This thing has a 30-second crafting time, so 482. We'll have to output almost 3 compressed belts of rocket control units. That is an incredible amount. But yeah, this is where it goes wrong for Factorio 2.0, because instead of requiring 2 belts of blue chips and 2 belts of speed modules to make 2.7 belts of rocket control units, we just will need 2.7 belts of blue chips directly and just lose the speed modules. But we don't have this extra productivity step in there for 2.0. I actually wonder what is cheaper. I think the new version is cheaper still though. We lose like 40% productivity bonus on the blue chips, but we don't need to make speed modules, which are also not very cheap. Yeah, I'm also not sorry that RCUs will be gone. Like I said before, blue chips already go directly in yellow signs, and then productivity modules go in purple signs, so it's basically just repeating 2 things again for making these. Alright, then we kinda know what we need to do. How is it looking for... Let's unignore these. Dang, that's a lot of assemblers as well. I suppose we could try to beacon these up too. We would need 150 of them instead. I suppose we'll divide the build into at least 2 parts, I suppose. Just to output a belt of speed modules twice. And I suppose we'll divide this into 4 parts. So we have 4 pairs of half belts of blue chips and speed modules coming in. And that will be less than 4 belts of these things coming out. And then we can just combine those again on the way to the rocket. Okay, that's probably how we're gonna do it. But first we need to find a suitable spot where we have the resources needed to make 10 belts of red chips, and then 10 belts of green chips, plus 14 belts of green chips for the red chips, plus 7 belts of coal for the plastics, plus I bet a bunch of oil as well. Red chips. Where's the oil? Yeah, that is like 7 pipes of oil. If I remember correctly, 16 beacons fit around there. Okay, so we need a fair bit of oil for this. I can look elsewhere on the map how I did it with the plastics. This is the last time we need to do it anyway, so no point in reinventing the wheel too much. Alright, and 10 belts of copper directly into copper cables for red chips. So that's like 10 belts of copper, 24 belts of copper, 34 belts of copper, roughly 34 belts of copper. What about iron? I think we only need iron for the green chips. So it's like 24 belts of iron. We can get that out of a single patch. But we can also do our 2 belts of ore into 3 belts of green chips thing if we are a little bit short. Alright, I've got my head wrapped around it a little bit. Let's go back to the game. So these are actually pretty juicy looking patches in that regard. How is pollution doing? Let's have a quick check. It's not really doing a lot, I suppose. We still have full control of the pollution cloud and all of the chunks are known, and if biters were still somewhere, we probably would have known it by now, as they're expanding every 4 minutes. They would have already gone into our pollution cloud. We've got our attack spiders ready to go, actually. We send them out to the soon-to-be front lines, the quantum front lines, where there is nothing going on until we look. Okay, let's switch off pollution. It kind of makes sense to just build it over here, I suppose. I think we are going to design it in editor mode, though. I think that just makes sense. But basically what we need is 2 good copper patches and 1 iron patch. This pretty much is the ideal location for that. We even can use this one, since we won't need the Roboport highway anymore after the thing is done. We've also got good oil, and we can take coal from here, for instance. We do not need any water, since we have basic oil processing, and we only have plastics. We don't have any sulfur or cracking to do. Yeah, I think we're gonna design it in editor mode. It's just too much work to make this all visible, and I thought it would be quick, but it's actually going to be a fairly sizable build, so I guess so be it. We've passed some time though. 15 minutes. So let's save one more time. Final design of the game. Or at least until we switch it on. Yeah, I saw the stone laying on the ground there. I'm also not sad that that is out of the game now. The stone spilling all over the ground, and if you now build a belt here, there's a decent chance that that just gets transported on the belts to, and then just block up something. That is very, very annoying. Alright, but now it is time to do the design thing. Unlike for the other things, I am not going to delete the rest of the base for this in order to speed it up. I'm just gonna, we've done that all the time, we're just gonna trust the trust my abilities after doing it 20 times. Okay, let's have a quick look here. Mildly Blue said this thing was wrong. Can I see why it is wrong? Mildly Blue, if you're still here, now is your chance. I don't know how I see it, it overlaps. The small super dense one. Small super dense one. Do you have any reference? Small super dense one. Where did I have more of those curse thingies? It's gotta be in an old build already, right? Not the pizza splitter. These are fine as well, at first glance. Ed. Sucks to be you. I guess. Alright. Is it still ad time? It doesn't say so. Okay, we gotta hydrate. It's been bugging me too that one of them is potentially wrong, but this one. You just had it. Do you... This one seems symmetric just fine. It's not this one, is it? Triple arrow. There, where? Triple arrow. Just above the purple science marker. This one. Okay, let's do some flipping. Flipping is always a good... Come on, mouse button, cooperate. We'll do some flipping. This is a good flip. This is a good flip. Okay, nothing moves orientation, so this looks symmetric. In the build to the northwest. This one. What a smaller one. There is a smaller one here as well. It was this one, wasn't it? The smaller one. That one looks okay. Okay, I cannot really spot it like so. It has an extra row at the bottom. Ah! Yeah, that is very annoying, I agree. So that should be like... That should be like so then, right? Perhaps even just so. Yeah, like this it's... Ah, yeah, now it looks much better. Alright, I'll make a separate blueprint of this. Just as a memory that we need to fix this. Now it's right? Let me know if it's not right. I'll put it here. We can delete the radar blueprint that has been built. Yeah, I know you. I know you already told me about it like 2 months ago. Right, now it's nice. Okay, we can move on. We can move on. Let's use some of those nice tools, which the editor extensions mod has, like this giant radar, which does not need power. Plop. And suddenly we've got a field of view. Okay, then we will deconstruct all the rocks and trees, just to get them out of the way. How do I do that? I'm a pro. There's a button for that. I guess we'll also delete all the stone on the ground, so that doesn't mess us up in... yeah, 800 stone on the ground still, so that doesn't mess up the actual builds. I'll place this radar up here. Hey, thanks Sagittarius 1987 for the Prime subscription. 10 months already. 10 months of redirecting Jeff Bezos's funds. Alright. Are we going to go from the ground up? think so. Let's first have a crack at designing the actual rocket control unit build. Let me quickly go back here. Alright. So if we're gonna do this in 2 parts, does it even make sense? We are going to have 10 full belts incoming. I probably should do that in 10 parts then. If we have 10 belts of the stuff incoming. This is going to be a little bit tricky with 9.8 belts incoming. Maybe I'm just better off trying to design like 2 belts of speed modules, just 2 belts flat. Then 10 belts come in. Even if we are not using all of it, just for the equal division. On the other hand, the 9.8 numbers are nice, so maybe I'll just try that. And then we just have to figure out how to do the 0.8 belt thing at the end. Okay, let's go once more in a new tab just to see the assembler setup here. This is actually a lot of chips. Yeah, I cannot just divide it into 2. Especially not if I'm going beaconed. If I'm not going beaconed, it's much easier to get that right, but there's also 200 extra assemblers for no reason. Alright, so I want to get this down to 15 assemblers then. Let's divide it by 10. Then we have to build this 10 times. Alright, let's copy this. So if I want 15 assemblers, 13 of them are going to be with 8 beacons. So I'm going to have 2.12 assemblers worth of these will have to do the work. This work will have to be done by 2 assemblers. So if I give that one an extra beacon on both ends, will that drop below 2? Yes, it drops below 2. Alright, so I can do 15 assemblers. We can do this with 15 assemblers if we give the 2 outermost assemblers an extra beacon. And then we are pretty much dead on in terms of what we can do. Alright, so let's do that first. Back to the game. Yeah, I can't believe it too that it's not really over yet, but we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. Alright, I gotta just get my actual cursor over there, so that may take a little bit of time. We can follow the robot highway once we meet it. There it is. Okay, here we are. So 15 assemblers in a row. 15. Not bad. Bunches of speed modules, some beacons. These are going to be speed module assemblers. That makes sense. Alright. Then we have the standard setup. And then we said the first and last one need to have one more beacon. So that would be like so. And that should be 1/10 of the assemblers we need. Okay, so just we're gonna copy that a couple times just for the size that's gonna be. So it should be about this size. Big, but not big compared to the entire blue chip build over here yet. Okay, so we'll put that down somewhere, like right over here. Alright. Then it is time for the rocket control unit build. So here we have then, we need to do belt weaving here. There is no way around it. So we need a full belt of green chips and a full belt of red chips incoming. So we cannot really belt weave that comfortably together. Oh yeah, we can. We can if we do it super cursed. We can do the super cursed belt weaving. No, we cannot. We cannot do the super cursed belt weaving because that won't reach all the assemblers. Or does it? Can I do the triple belt weave just for fun? So one blue belt could go on the blue belt and then another blue belt. Another blue belt could be split into a red belt and a yellow belt without losing throughput. The problem is, can I bring all of this to the correct assemblers? And this is infinitely copyable. Okay, let's mark the first belt with... Oh, I think this is possible. So one belt, we are in editor mode, so let's use some editor mode functions. One is gonna have the green chips, one is gonna have the red chips. It's gonna be blue belts incoming, not like this, like this. So like this is a full belt of green chip throughput. The only problem is, or at least one of the problems is, I cannot move this because blue needs to be, the blue belt needs to access every assembler, so this is the only pattern that fits. And we have a little bit of a problem where we have 15 assemblers, and 1/3 of the stuff is on yellow belt, 1/3 of the stuff is on red belt. But I can only draw like 5 of these assemblers can draw from the yellow belt before it's empty. 10 of these need to draw from the red belt. That is the problem we are facing right now. And the problem is, this one, they alternate. This one is yellow, this one is red. This one is yellow, this one is red. So we gotta do either some fake switcheroo again, somehow. I think we can do that actually. Yellow. Okay, let's see. Let's see how this works. I'm gonna copy this one more time in case I mess this up. At least I have a blank version available still. Alright. Maybe I should try to copy it on the right one. Okay, so yellow, 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 yellow. After this, yellow belt is empty. If we move this over here, yellow, then red can continue on to here. The problem we are having then is all of this needs to be red. We could do this. At least it's fully dense then. So yellow, 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 yellow. And then this bell just ends here. And then the rest draws off red. So let's count red as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It appears that that is correct. Nice. That is definitely cursed enough to want to implement here. We can do it a bit cleaner. By doing this. Alright. How much? How fast are these things? Crafting speed 9. Okay, that's pretty fast. But we have dedicated inserters for each type of... Got dedicated inserters for each input. I think I'm going to set a stack size to 5. Just to account for irregularities. I could set it to 10 perhaps. I think let's do 5. 5 makes sense. Alright. I don't know which side this is gonna go, so I don't really want to fully design this just yet. I don't know where the resources are gonna come from. I don't know which side the speed modules will have to exit. But this is one of those builds that could actually be done. It could actually be done with medium power lines. Could do like a zigzag pattern. I want to use this as a dedication to my old furnace systems. Maybe just put a big substation in the front to connect everything. As well as at the end. Okay, that could be the power network. Then which way the belts goes, which way the belts go, is gonna be determined by where the resources are gonna come from and where the other belts are. So that is speed modules done, I think. Alright, then it's up to probably a build at least twice the size. The rocket control units themselves. That was a massive number of assemblers. Here we have... Come on, mouse button. Don't leave me just yet. 150 assemblers. I think the RCUs had 480. So that's already going to be 3 times the size in just pure assemblers. Alright, let's find the correct tab. It's this one. Alright, and here we have a simple... We can do the same cursed belt weaving in here as well, I suppose. Here we probably want to divide this into... I think we'll just have clean belts coming in here. No belt, just a clean blue belt coming in with blue chips, speed modules, and a clean blue belt going out. We'll divide it by 4. It doesn't divide by 4 if there's a decimal in there. Okay, there it is. It's the same story. We can probably get away with doing 120 assemblers if we speed up the last 1 or 2 ever so slightly. So again, we'll open this in a new tab. We're going to assume 118 of those are going to be this speed, so we'll delete those. We'll be left with 2. And then we'll just add another beacon. And it's not enough. But we can add 2 beacons. We have space for 2 beacons. And that definitely is enough. Alright, so same build, same idea, like speed modules, except we need to build 2 beacons at the entrance and exit. So yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Then we need 120 assemblers in a line. Times 4. That's gonna be huge. But fairly easy in terms of belt routing. We do need to make sure that we output on both sides of the belt, since we are outputting more than half of a belt. For the rest, it's gonna be fairly easy. So back to the game. I am back in the game. Now we just gotta find a way to put exactly 120 assemblers down. Okay, I got 120 assemblers in my inventory now. This is the longest single line of assemblers which will have been built in the entire playthrough, I think. 120 in a line. It doesn't even fit. And we need four of these lines. Alright. I forgot I need to put modules in there. And we need to set the recipe to RCU. This is just a stupidly long line of assemblers. One more time. Why not do 8 by 60? Could do that as well. On the other hand, maybe it's funny. Yeah, it's not even nearly the size of the blue chip build though. Thought it would be a little bit longer compared to the other builds. I think we'll just do But we can make this one symmetric. I gotta give myself a little more space. So if we look at the speed modules, you will notice it's not really symmetric. This has 2 spaces, this has only 1 space. Because we gotta offset the beacons, I could make a gap in the assemblers, but the problem is, it's not really a problem, but the point is, these are 15 assemblers, so it won't be symmetric no matter how we do it. So we may as well just accept the asymmetricality over here. But here we've got 120, which is an even number. So we can go to 60. Okay, so that is 60. And this is 60. And then we can spread those apart, basically one tile. And that allows us to have a fully symmetric design. We can now flip this vertically. And if I copy this now and flip it over horizontally or vertically, you won't see anything happening because it's symmetric. Alright, so this is the total size of this thing. Ooh, that is pretty big. So depending on where that goes, we might do that a little bit down here then. Since we do need space for the mining and the smelting somewhere. Speed modules may go up here then, somewhere. No, I think I'm going to do it like so. In fact, I'm going to align this beacon. We need to go back 2 tiles. Mouse button. I guess I can just do this. Move it over 2 tiles. And then just try to align this through the map view. Alright. It can still move up and down, but this looks to be the horizontal orientation at least. Alright, some power. I think we'll just go with blue inserters and stack size 1. Since crafting speed 5.5, but 30-second recipe, so they'll take almost 6 seconds per craft. We could do it like with slow inserters for the memes, but those take more UPS, so I'm not sure I really want to do that. Again, where are the belts going to come from? That's not really clear. And we may move this down even more and put speed modules maybe here or so. Then we have some more space to do other types of processing as well, perhaps. Suppose that should line up as well then. Technically we could just hook those up together in an L shape like so. That would not be too bad. I should also not forget to do these. At both ends. Hey, hello, Fantonizer. Hey, hello, Spencer Bean. Okay, let's drink some coffee. Yeah, we need to add row pots to these as well, because these the bots are gonna build it. This again is going to be way too large to build from the armor. Alright. Fairly massive build compared to what we did last time. This is rocket fuel in its entirety. Like if we just mouse over with that. Yeah, actually a rocket fuel is quite big as well. It doesn't look so big in this isolated corner, but actually it's quite sizable. And then this is the, including mining, I suppose, is Raiders, solar panels, accumulators. Alright. So this is 60. We can do this with these as well. Right, maybe I'll just leave a little bit of space open. I'm not completely sure yet. We can always bump them together, but for now I want to keep the power network separate. We can do the maximum space apart power line thing here. Gotta copy paste those for the stack size. Okay, looks like okay, good, I checked. I thought it was good, but it was not. So this is our copyable section basically. There's a lot of rocket control units. I'm doing it this way just to get across the kind of scale this build is. Alright, here we are. Then we enter the middle part, so I suppose we'll do one of those good old belt style switcheroos here. Since we're outputting more than half a belt of rocket control units per line. You would hope that with 120 assemblers in a row, that we would be outputting more than half a belt of something. Barely. Alright, and that is the end of it. So that's the basics of it. We won't fill in the rest until everything is in the correct orientation. So I kind of feel like it will be like this. Stuff coming in here, stuff going out here. We do need like some large builds for red chips and green chips still. I think we have pretty much infinite oil pipe transfer. Like 700 petroleum gas per pipe can go for a long time before it needs a pump. Even in Factorio 1.1. Hey, hello, 95XTX. I'm thinking of doing a stream tomorrow in Space Age again. I did a stream to the Shattered Planet flight, which was somehow my most watched stream ever. I kinda think maybe we can fly back in the updated version of Space Age, where an issue with the railguns has been fixed meanwhile. So the shooting speed of the railguns should be a lot better now. Which may or may not be good news, because my ship was kinda tuned to the environment where the railguns didn't shoot more than they did, basically. Now they are going to be shooting much faster. I think we're going to be fine still though, but the idea is then during the flight back, which will take a long time, we can try to remotely revive Norvis, perhaps from the map view. It's completely covered in expansions, biter expansions, so that's going to be a nice challenge. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think this isn't the correct orientation, but yeah, let's first. I think it's time to put. We're doing this in reverse all the way, so let's just go green chips and red chips then as well. We can copy both of those things. I mean, we should have. We can go to purple signs. And go to the map view there. We don't need to scroll over. Map view purple signs has modules as well. Not here. Here, I suppose. It also needs a lot of red chips and green chips. So this is basically 1 unit of red chips. And now we need 10 belts of red chips. This is like 4.5. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not true. This is 9 belts. Okay, so this is almost exactly the size, but 1 bigger. Yeah, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel too much here. See if we can just adapt this build a little. We'll flop it down here. We also grab the separate green chip production stack. There should be something like this. We can do it with the inline smelting like we did here. How big is this? This is 18 belts. We need only 10. We'll just have a copy of this as well. That's basically the 2 building blocks we need. And oil, I suppose we'll take a separate look at oil through the blueprint book. On the other hand, that should be here as well. In the purple signs build somewhere. I think one of these pipes of petroleum gas each goes to plastic, a double line of plastic. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we can directly use this. We need 1 more belt of red chips. Which basically means we just utilize this part of the plastic build here, which is now missing. Okay, so this is the oil field we need then as well. We'll double check that later on, but just to get an idea. And that should be built pretty close to the actual oil field, because we are pumping in like almost 1200 oil per second per line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me check that in this thing. Yeah, 1200 oil a second to make 700 petroleum gas in 7 refineries. So we cannot exceed the pump, or we cannot exceed 17 tiles or 17 pipes for the oil inputs. It needs to be built close by, and it needs to be we need to count the individual pipes every time. Yeah, this base is shaping up really well. I really like just how it's looking, the entire structure, almost like a circuit board with all the belt stuff going on. Quite different than the usual train mega bases you see around. Maybe after all is done I can contact, there's this guy who does all the base reviews. I think, is it Exterminator? I think it's Exterminator who does all the mega base reviews. The problem is though, this base works in 1.1, it doesn't work in 2.0 anymore. So yeah, perhaps that's that bridge has been crossed, or however it's said in English. Alright, we'll start with the red chip thing. Let's first give it some power. There already should be power lines in there, I just need the accumulator, theoretically. Oh wait, this is not red chips, this is red chips. Alright, so we already know we just need a copy of this. Alright, I did not want to shift click that. But that is belt number 14. So I need to copy the entirety of it. And then this entire this is going to be still a little bit hard. This is copper. I'm going to do copper a little bit different, I think. I'm going to use the 5 to 7 splitters. Just for a change. I haven't really used any kind of weird belt balancer yet in any of the playthroughs, so we can do this instead. That should be 1 belt more. We only need 10 belts of copper incoming, and since we're overbuilding anyway, it doesn't even matter if something goes wrong for 2 game ticks, because we have overproduction anyway. Alright, so now I basically just delete this and copy another one of these at the end, the triple thing. Then we gotta somehow match that up. Don't fail me now, mouse button. Come on, you can do it. Alright. I was hoping that was a cut action. Okay, this needs to go up 1 tile. I think. All of this needs to go up 1 tile as well, because we got that extra plastic belt coming out the top here. Still a roboport distance between this. That is how I like to build this kind of things. Okay, I need to get up and stretch. Yeah. Will I lose train of thought? I think I can remember this. Okay, I'll get up and stretch, and you can meanwhile watch a super giant I'll switch on half of the blue chip build just for fun. To have on the screen in the meantime. Alright, that is the background for the get up and stretch part. Man, I went skiing today, cross country skiing, for like 1 hour, and I'm like, I'm not a skier, I suck at it. Every time I do it, I have like strong muscle pain the day after and such. But I don't know, today I'm just... Basically, we went skiing for like 1 hour, and then I came back and I slept for 3 hours or something after this. Now I have sore muscles again. Yeah, skiing, not my thing. But what can you expect, man? I'm from the Netherlands. We barely have any snow at all. So I didn't grow up with it, I just tried to learn it as an adult, but yeah, it is hard. Right, that was a short get up and stretch session. Yeah, this we are now zoomed out even further than the map view normally lets you zoom out. And everything really looks very slow from so far away. Alright, so now we're gonna suffer UPS issues for a bit, I guess. That's probably not so bad. But yeah, this is basically what I'm considering doing for green chips is lead in 2 belts of iron, split it into 3, because with 2/3 of a belt of iron ore and 2/3 of a belt of copper ore, we can produce enough iron and copper plates to make a full compressed belt of green chips here in line. And that immediately gets consumed here by blue chips, but we of course can send it out to speed modules instead of sending it out to blue chips. So we may just actually copy this instead. It kind of depends on the on how much iron and copper we have available here. If we have enough, I may just put full belts in. This has got to be 10 belts regardless. Does that even fit? And here is the question. Kinda does. If the Roboport highway goes out of the way, we don't need the Roboport highway anymore till the end, so we can basically deconstruct it until this point, and then the bots will just build stuff over here and then go back to the base eventually. I think in the end I'm gonna get rid of all the Roboports and all the builds, just to make a point that everything is done mechanically by good old transport. We just have the Roboport network here for the building, for the construction bots. We gotta make sense a little bit about... I think I'm building everything too close by to the patches here. First though, we'll try hooking this up, because if it comes from the right or from the left, I guess we can just cut and flip the entire thing if it turns out to come from the other side. I think we can also just move up all of this by 1 tile, since the bottom line goes all the way to the end. That now has to go 1 more tile to the ender. Ah wait, we're doing some sort of switcheroo in here. Oh, that is bad. So this does need to move up one tile. Is this max length? Oh, this is max length as well. We'll have to see if that still works exactly then. Alright. So now we have a new top belt. And all the rest should theoretically just be connected one belt lower. And we have a new bottom belt which can go all the way to the new end. Is this still connected? This is connected. Let's also finally get my belts on here. At least the belts and the splitters and whatnot. Suppose we also have red undergrounds, yellows even this time. No, that's okay for now. Yeah, that's why I said cross-country skiing. Because we don't have any mountains here. I wasn't skiing in the Netherlands though. We don't have the snow even if we had the mountains. Okay. Yeah, this belt is now no longer connected. This one is, but that is a little bit of a problem. So all of this theoretically could move down one tile, except for this one. We've got 28 of them, whereas 14. Okay, so this is like... Dang it. Oh, wait a second, something is off. One, two, three, four, that's 12. We need 28. 15. 18. 21. 24. 27. I think, yeah, it is right. 28. And then this comes out separate. Okay, this is the center spot. Let's mark it with something. I guess this is the point where we'll do one of those there. And symbolically do this. At least it's symmetric. Ah, that sucks. I think I'll just very sneakily sneak this guy one tile back. And then we can move this structure down 1 tile. That should fit for everywhere. So all of this needs to move down 1 tile. And that should be everything connected. Okay, we will have to test this build if everything reaches where it needs to go. Okay, and then theoretically I can copy this, fit it onto there, and that should be the last belt connected as well. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, okay, that sounds right. That is 14 belts incoming from this side. Alright, I think that is correct. We need to extend this part as well. Lucky you were streaming. I realized I hadn't been on Twitch in over a month. Thanks for the 5th month subscription, NFT. You didn't miss much in terms of this playthrough, I suppose. Since I have been doing the entire Space Age new player experience with priority over the finishing this playthrough, but now we're back to finishing. This is the last build, the rocket control units, which meanwhile have been banned from the game. Those we are doing today. Right, so we have another very long belt, the extra one from this side, which should just fit like so. So nice when everything is equidistant. You can just keep copy and pasting stuff. Yeah, it's a valid point about just experiencing Space Age for yourself. It does take a lot of time though. Holy moly, it's become a very long game. Okay, I think that is it. We will put some fake stuff on the belts. Here we should have copper plates coming. Here we should have coal coming. Since this one is nearly done, what do we have on deck next? That's a good question. I have been thinking about... there's a guy called Koovy Boy. He's doing 1000 times science cost on default settings. Sounds... I don't know... sounds very grindy, but in a way it also sounds attractive in some sort of way. I cannot really... I'm not really sure I'm gonna do it yet, but it does sound like tempting at least. But then again, he is already doing the challenge. I spoke with him though. He doesn't mind if other people give it a try as well. And there is also, so speak of, some multiplayer. Gonna try the same sort of with Colonel Will and some other guys who may try the same thing. I don't know yet. Which I'm I really don't know yet. It was just a thought, I didn't say anything. I mean, this is 10,000 signs per minute, right? If you compare this to 1,000 times signs cost, we would have effectively have 10 signs per minute. 10 signs per minute compared to a normal game. That means researching a technology like gun turret. Where is the early game stuff? Yeah, let's say you want to research logistics. 20,000 science packs. That would take 2 minutes with this base. But not with a starter base, obviously. Yeah, I suppose in Space Age I would do it. I'll ask on Patreon as well. So if you want to have a vote about what is going to be next, I'm probably going to poll it on Patreon. And this should be green chips actually. Alright, I suppose we are ready to try out red chips here. Sounds fun. Hey, Kiwi boy. Yeah, I did kinda get sniped by your playthrough. I know, at least the early game sounds very, very interesting. Just solving the biter problem. I like solving the biter problem in the game. It's kinda maybe has become obvious over the years. So yeah, I watched Kiwi Boy has a nice video on YouTube as well, where it's episode 1 of his 1000 times science playthrough. Which that got me kinda interested. Then I checked out his stream, and yeah, then I got sucked into a rabbit hole of calculating how much pollution does it actually generate to make science. And then I found out, like, if you research like one normal early game red and green technology, let's say like engine or something, which costs 100 science normally, that would cost 100,000 science in 1000 science cost. Researching engine, the mining, the creation of the science pack, and the consumption of the science packs for a single technology like engine, which costs 100,000 red and green science, is enough pollution to drive you from 0% evolution to big biters in one single technology. That is how crazy it is. Sounds absolutely impossible when you think about it like that. There's gonna be some very weird strategic things which need to be done in order to not die. And that is just by pollution factor. That is with 0% time progression and 0% spawner kills. Just the pushing of evolution by pollution. If you produce 100,000 red and green science packs, you produce roughly 1 million pollution, which is enough to get you into big biters. Crazy. But yeah, that is a very, very long playthrough. I'm not really sure yet. I might do something else completely. But yeah, it is kind of hard to come up with something good for Space Age, because just like raw biter problems, you just go to Vulcanus or Fulgora where there are no biters. It doesn't really matter. You can prepare there for forever. How much time is this playthrough so far? In game time, I have 183 hours. We are basically at 100% evolution. It's default settings even. At least default settings in terms of evolution progression. I did up the patch sizes here because of UPS. If you got like a way bigger world with more ore patches which run out constantly, you're just gonna drop way more in UPS once it all switches on. The way we've been going now is I build a 1000 signs per minute base over here. And that has done all the work to get us all the technologies we need for the 10,000 signs per minute base, like mining productivity 51 very specifically, which allows us to now mine full belts of ore with 6 miners per blue belt. That is kind of the base of my 10,000 signs per minute playthrough. And with that we developed blueprints which basically mine and smelt like 24 belts of ore. So we don't need to do that all the time. We can basically just space this thing and hey, we've got 24 belts of iron coming out of the end of it, which we can use. So we don't need to do most of the work designing, mining and smelting. So yeah, that is and then I'm basically building the entire 10,000 signs per minute base in steps without actually connecting it to anything. So where is... Let's check out this one. We've got red signs, green signs, blue signs. We've got all the ingredients for purple and yellow as well, but it's not connected yet. So we enjoy the benefits of playing the entire game at 60 UPS. And only once we actually switch everything on, we will probably drop to somewhere between 20 and 40 UPS, depending on how that goes. Yeah, that's the plan at least. Alright, let's Control Z that thing out of existence again. But yeah, just like in your playthrough, if we... You would think with 10,000 times science cost you'd be researching all the time. But it's not true in your playthrough either, and it's not true in my playthrough as well. For the last 30 hours we have a total of 0 signs per minute. This is all my signs production and consumption in the last 10 hours. Nothing. Alright. Okay, I see a problem. This is not connected properly here. For the rest, it actually looks quite nice. Let's see what's going on here then. It's always almost easier to just design the belt routing from scratch instead of trying to... this one is just rotated. If that's the entire problem, then I can very much live with that. It's almost always easier to build this from scratch than to try to adapt an existing build like we've been doing right now. Yeah, you're true. That's true. I should check out the total duration of all the streams in the end, but I've been doing everything real time in the game, but the 10,000 signs per minute builds are just too large to design in the real world, and also it's not very visual. Like this, what we're doing right now, at least we can have the visualization of how it's going to look on the belts. We can do tests if everything works, etc. Imagine the horror if everything would be one tile off. I mean, my purple signs build had like 100,000 belts in it. If something was like one tile off, it would be a horror to deconstruct, redesign and reconstruct it. And here it's very easy. If I just want to reset the build, I just delete everything, Control Z it back into place. That takes a while, but it works. And eventually that will just reset the build for me. Alright, so the red chips are done. Red chips are done. So we can do that off 10 belts of copper. This is green chips with inline smelting. And oil. We need to connect oil, but for the rest everything is done. I suppose it's time then to look how easy it is to get resources. Out of these patches. Let's plop this down here. Then we got the red chip thing. The red chips all has got to go into the speed modules here. It kind of makes sense if that is built in relation somewhere over here. Copper comes in from the left as well, so that makes sense too. I just plop it. That's a bad place. I should keep it easy cuttable. So let's do it a little bit more. That is easier to select later without selecting the other stuff. Alright, that is red chips. We've got green chips in line. That actually could just fit in front of here. We can do another type of cursed splitter where we cross 14 belts, no, 10 belts of greens with 14 belts of reds or something like that. In total we need to make like... Wait, we need to make a lot of belts, right? We need to make 28 belts of green chips. That's even more than this. And there's only 18. $28 belts. We could do that from 20 belts of copper and 20 belts of iron. That kind of makes me want to think I do want to use the inline smelting setup. How are the final steps coming along? Yeah, pretty well actually. It's going... I'm starting... It is the end of the playthrough, so I'm starting to get the hang of it, how to do all this stuff. It's always like this. Yeah, I understand you didn't condone the playtime, but I think it's fair to say that... I mean, the entirety, I think there's at least 100 hours extra in spent in editor mode. In addition to the playtime of the actual game. Just to do the designing. Alright. So 10 belts of copper need to go in here, then 20 belts of copper in here. That's it, right? That's all. Yeah, I think it's time to plop down the miners. Let's see. I'm just gonna make myself a note. 10 copper goes in here. 7 coal. If I move this later, then it's gonna be off of whack, but oh well. And here it's just 14 belts of greens. That is what's gonna go in the red chip build. And out comes 10 or like 9.8 belts of reds. So we gotta make sure about something to divide it properly over the speed module build. Alright, and then for the green chip build we need 28 belts. But we have 27 belts which can be fed with 2/3 of that, so that's basically 18 plus 1. That is what we need in terms of iron and copper. It actually has got to be the ore to make that work. And that is all the raw resources we need in terms of mining. So 7 coal, 19 iron, 29 copper. These patches are not too great, these two, but we'll try to get it out of there anyway. Yeah, I suppose it's time to grab the blueprint book then. Then we need an absolute minimum of 29 belts of copper. We can use this one is better. We can use that one as well. In fact, let's get rid of the... I don't really want to get rid of the full roboport section just yet, but let's at least get rid of the portion which is on there. It's easy to copy back later if I want to, just as a pattern. Alright, so let's first do iron. Iron should be the easiest. This is like 24 belts of iron. We need, let's say 20. So basically we gotta put this on there. And that's already good enough. Every miner has at least 1 million ore under it, which is what I want. Alright, so we don't really need to optimize this placement very much. It means it's kind of flexible. Let's build it out. Actually no, we just need the ore, because all of the ore is going to go straight into these things over here. Without smelting it on site, so that's even easier. Alright, 29 belts of copper is less than 32. It would be kind of nice to have 20 belts coming out of one patch and then just 10 belts out of the other, something like that. I'm not really sure I can get 20 belts out of one of these copper patches though. Let's try, this one looks the most promising. Uh, 1.4 million, 2 million, okay, these are good as well. 2 million, 2 million, 1.5. Okay, we might just get away with it. Yeah, okay, all these miners have way more than 1 million ore under them, so that is good. That means that is the final thing we need for the green chips. 9.8 to 7 balance. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna feed like 8 full belts and 2 times 0.9 belts, and then combine 4 full belts with 1 0.9 belt to go in these things again, something like that. That sounds the easiest. Alright, then I think we gotta size up this build. We do need like some sort of a 10 belt smeltery for this one still. We can just grab the entire 16 tile miner and furnaces thing. Paste it on there for now. If I want to smelt it in... Yes, I do want to smelt it in the southern direction. Oh, I want to smelt it to the right and then fit it in this guy, I suppose. This can go... the VOD length total is 289 hours. Alright. That's actually, no, that's not 100 hours in editor mode then, because it also includes all the breaks, intros and outros, which I think amount up to almost probably at least half an hour to 40 minutes per stream. And this is like stream number 50, so it's like 25 hours or so, let's say. So I guess it's about 75 hours. Yeah, it's a lot still, yeah. 75 hours in editor mode then. And we're looking at a total of about 250 hours or so, 260. Not too bad. Looks like we're gonna finish it in under 300 hours of playtime then. Okay, how does this fit? Can it fit in front of... Not really, I was trying to see, can I keep clear of the coal patch? I kinda can if I just do this over here. I might just smelt to the left then actually, and then just lead the belts in like so. It even fits under here. But this is 16 belts, so we can lose 3 belts at either end. Where am I? Because I think not all of these miners will have a million under them if I just do it like so. Let's try if we can just smash it up against here. One, two, three, four, five, 6, and we have 10 belts of output, so that is correct. And then we just try to place that a bit more centralized on the patch. Maybe it does make sense to smelt at the bottom here. I think then we first need to do the entirety of... We need to scale this thing up to the size it needs to be. It should be fairly easy. Since we're just adding on more belts and both of them meet at the end. So we got how many belts now? We need to count the number of assemblers. 18, and then we need... Uh, 28 of these things. I think these are just like carbon copies, right? Yeah, it appears to be. I do need to copy a couple. Okay, that's 10 added, and there should be a circuit network thing in here, which there is. Okay, I think that's right. And then we have 10 more belts coming out. Hey, something is not right here. Okay, 28. Oh wait, there's just two are not yet connected here. Alright, that makes sense. Alright, now we gotta extend this thing. Should be fairly easy as well. Alright. Oh, that's a pretty big... Is this gonna come in from... Where is this gonna come in? It almost makes sense to take this iron then instead of this one. Then we can build it in between here. Because we've got one resource coming in from the top and one from the south. So we rotate it in between the patches instead of having these two. I suppose this one is big enough as well. It appears to be. 4 million. Yeah, we are so far out now that this is always going to be good. Yeah, that fits almost perfectly. We can just even build it over the other iron patch. I mean, these things are so large, patches are going to be unavoidable. Alright, we'll finish the build up in this orientation though for now. Wait, that is... Is that easy? Yeah, it's that easy. Okay, this should work like magic. Oh, nice. Huh, okay. 26 though. Oh yeah, we're missing 2. $28 bells of copper or iron. I should really check which one should be which before I build it. Man, this build is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. That is pretty big. Let's compare it to the blue chip build. It's like half the blue chip build. Just for green chips for speed modules, man. Holy moly. It's only green chips. We still need the red chips for speed modules. Alright, so let's check which thing should be which again. So from the north comes the top belt. The top belt goes into this furnace row. Its output on here. That is iron then. Iron is on this side. Copper is then on this side. Copper gets output on here. Copper goes in here. Alright, that is correct. Copper goes in here, goes in there. Alright. So iron is on that side. That means I have to build it with the chips coming out the top end. That's okay because this can go. Oil can go somewhere else as well. Okay, I'll save before I'll try a big cut because my mouse button is kind of annoying. See, green chips. If I accidentally cut up my design irrecoverably, then keep trying to zoom out more, but it just doesn't work. Okay, so the resources coming in are on the bottom belt. Guess we'll go over the stone patch then. It kinda makes sense to go like so. Oh, then we're gonna have another super cursed splitter somewhere. I guess it's gonna be like that. We need space on the right side for the output. I could try to flip this vertically. Just output here at the bottom. That might make more sense, really. Then we don't have a super cursed splitter though. It kind of depends also where the oil is gonna go. Okay, let's for now put it here. Okay, that's greens. Suppose we can switch this on as well. Just see if it works. Oh, I forgot something important. Right. Need something similar to this here. Some 2 to 3 splitters. Either that or I need 28 belts of this stuff. I'm not getting 28 belts out of the copper. Maybe I'm getting 28 belts out of here, but... It's almost the entire size of this thing. If I want to do that. I mean, it's possible. We just mine out the left side, bring it in here. This might actually even turn nicely into the left. Oh, that actually could be pretty cool as well. Just to do it next to the build. Oh, I'm gonna need a separate one here then. Alright, so what do we got here? This is the blue chip one. That had 20 belts. We have 19. And the last one does not need to be split. So basically we delete this one. The last one is going to be lucky. That's going to be a full belt. Now, can we turn that into there? Let me go over there. Where am I? Oh, we gotta hydrate. If I just would be listening to your hydrates and time, I would not be drinking cold coffee all the time. Okay, let's just copy some sort of corner. So we have that at our disposal. Okay, that is a 28 by 28 corner. If I now can hook up this thing in there somewhat nicely. Okay, that kind of blocks the output here, but we can move this all the way up here. I just copy this corner to have it, but we can delete 27 belt lengths from there and still be able to connect it. Yeah, I can just cut this. I think that will work. That goes in there. Magic. Is it still in the way? Yes, but also no. Yes, but also no. Two. Okay, then we need a 17 belt corner. Come on, mouse button. One more D. Like so. That goes in there, the rest goes on. And that exactly passes here. So that could work. I suppose I do want to keep a roboport of space between in and output. This is the tightest configuration I can make this. Unless I turn this thing around, which I don't really want to do, so... Yeah, this is all gonna move 3 belts down. It's gonna work though. I guess I can copy this and just drag. Yeah, I can, but it's not enough copied. Alright, that's the output. This is a big build. Alright, copper input, then the iron input has to just go on the other side. similar. That is now an obligation. Flip that horizontal. There's one more thing to consider, and that is if these output priorities are on the correct side or not. It kind of depends on which side of the... I do want to keep these belts compressed, and it doesn't happen if I divide it equally on both belts, because the furnaces will prefer to draw off one side of the belt, and since there's only 2 series of a belt going on the belt, it means one side will always have gaps in it. But if I prioritize the far side of the belt, eventually everything should get backed up. No wait, the other way around, right? Let's see, how did I do it with blue chips? We can see it right now, I suppose. We are loading the top side of the belt. Top side of the iron belt is loaded. Top side of the iron belt is loaded. Right side of the iron belt is loaded. So the inside is loaded. Okay, we want to load the inside of the belt with priority. How are we doing that? Again, top side is loaded. So the right side is loaded. This is indeed the inside. But this one is mirrored, so there is a chance that this is on the incorrect side. Right side, top side, so then it's left side. Yeah, this is the far side. Okay, so these all need to switch priority to left side. I guess that is just a thing we need to do manually 10 times or so. Oh, it's already done. Alright. So those belts should remain compressed as well then. Okay, then this is gonna be the build for green chips, way larger than I thought it was gonna be. That means we can get rid of this one. I do want to keep the miners on the patch though. Suppose we are building that against the water pipes then. Oh, it's slightly annoying. Maybe we will flip it vertical. If we flip it, then probably all the if we flip it, then all of the belts are going to be from the incorrect side, I suppose, but if we do it like this, we can have a cursed splitter though. Well, it's going to be very cursed. Right. Okay, so in this configuration, the belts go up or down. Here as well, the belts go up or down. That's alright for this, I suppose. I think we can build it like this. The green chips are just gonna turn south. Okay, symmetrically under the pipes, very important. We might have to... Yeah, we have to... We will be using the tileable thing. So miners... I have a tileable thing somewhere over here. First one. Tileable one. Forgot how to use my own blueprints. I think the first one is supposed to be on the bottom. And then the tileable goes up like so. Alright. Then we put this on the top. This on the bottom. That does has the clock in there. We do not need the clock. Because we are not smelting, we are just leading it into this. This has its own clock. Yes, it should have its own clock. I don't think it actually has a clock at the moment. Let's suppose we have a clock here. Yeah, this is the clock over here. On this side. Alright, yeah, this is the clock thing to insert and outsert the ore. Okay, we'll keep that there. Back to the tileable miner. Again, I'm all over the place. What else is new? These have to turn the other way. But... Alright, we'll do that manually. Where are we? And this is so large. Right, another hydrate. This time I will have hot coffee. Or at least still warm. And we can still use this part. Hey, thanks Doc Shamrock for the 11th month. Love all the content on stream and YouTube, thanks. Thanks a bunch for 11 months of subscription, man. Okay, we'll just try this. This RCU speed model thing is way larger than I expected it to be. I thought it would be an easy, quick stream. That's why I gave myself the luxury to start a little bit later, but that was obviously a mistake. It kinda hooks up annoyingly here, so, but yeah, we're gonna have a corner into a corner, I suppose. Wait, 9? 10. Oh yeah, we have only 9, we have 19 belts, not 20. So I have to hide a belt somewhere. How do I hide a belt without it looking annoying? I suppose this is the easiest one to hide. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, a 9 by 9 corner. Alright, that's iron. Looks like we don't need to hook it up with fake ore. We'll hook it up with real ore pretty soon. We do have to turn this thing south. Oh, now we have to do some sort of a similar thing with copper. I suppose we can try to just copy the entire mine. It should be the same. We'll cut out the 2 extra tiles here, we don't need them. Then we can have we can still have a roboport distance. A roboport distance of space between where the green chips will go down. 1, 2, 3, 4. I imagine here. Yeah, that exactly aligns with the right side of this giant bus. Alright. Guess we have the corner here somewhere. Let's copy it. Flop. There's gonna be a lot of belts, man. There's a lot of belts. Keep trying to zoom out way too far. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit in the way then. I think we need to rotate this in some way. That, or we'll just... Probably it makes sense to just do this instead. Introduce a couple more corners. Okay, I think that's green chips fully done. That is a large build. Holy moly. Okay, this is in its definitive location as well. We're not gonna change anything about that anymore. It's looking kind of good. Let's zoom out a little bit more. get it all on, get it all on screen. Yeah, I think that looks fairly good. That is a lot of belts again. Hey, Warlord Norm. Yeah, I'm doing fine, thanks. Just make it temporary. Just keep trying to zoom out. It's just too large. Let's make a temporary blueprint and check the amount of belts which are already in here. 31,000 belts just for the green chip build. I think we have plenty though. Where is the base? Yeah, we should have plenty. We have we have 10 times that amount. 313,000 blue belts in stock. And we're still making more. Okay, so if this is in the final location, this can be here. I do have an exit belt thing as well. It should fit on top of here. But this version is too long. This is for steel, okay. This one. But I need a 10 belt version. That's the wrong 10 belts. Okay, so that is 10 belts of copper. We can curse that up a little bit as well. Just have to go adjacent to the copper ore. Maybe just follow it down as well. Alright, so now we got belts of copper coming out of here. 10 belts of copper for copper cable for red chips. We've got all the green chips coming out here. So then all that remains to be done is the oil build. I think that we can start putting some of these builds in place now. So we are not using this copper patch, so I suppose I'll put back the roboport. To remind myself that that is in use. Gotta copy a section without raiders. Alright. Okay, so copper comes here. We need copper to go in there. We have green chips coming in from over here. That is a little bit annoying. It would be nice if we can flip this entire thing around. Of course, though, we cannot because it's Factorio 1.1 and we cannot flip chemical plants. So we need to do that a little bit elaborately. If we want to do that. But if we flip the entire thing around except for the copper inputs, we have green chips coming in from the left and coal from the right, which would make sense because coal is situated over here. Oil we can do basically anywhere. We can take this oil even. Doesn't really matter. We can put the oil refining somewhere. Yeah, I think I need to flip this thing around. So let's just go here. We'll delete this part. That is now done. Alright. So how do we even flip this? I guess we'll make a blueprint off of it. Without the chemical plants. Then we can flip it. Yeah, there we go. Our chemical plants are symmetric anyway. Alright. That works. Now we just gotta flip the entire copper input. So let's give that a try. I want to keep the undergrounds there, so I know where to connect them. This is too large, I have to do it from the map view. Flip. Okay, that seems good. It even fits next to here. All right. Let's compress it a little bit. I thought you made a green to red to blue chip belt a long time ago. Now I see separate belts. A green to red to blue chip belt. Maybe you mean this? Where we are basically making green chips in line, then turning it into blue chips, with red chips coming in from the bottom. But that was for blue chips exclusively. The 1K module build looks like this, so that's also not really it. This is just some cobbled together things. Red chips over here, green chips, blue chips on top. And then module section over here. Still making 50 modules a minute. Isn't having not full belts like with copper a UPS killer? The thing is, we are configuring it in such a way that the belts eventually will back up pretty soon. In terms of not full belts being UPS killers, it's not as bad as you'd expect, actually. It used to be a lot worse, but belts have been, if I understand it correctly, even not full belts don't. The difference between full belts and not full belts is way less than it used to be in terms of UPS. But I'm still configuring everything that it will be full, even if everything is consumed. Perhaps we can showcase that if we... Let's try that out. We'll just add an infinity pipe with sulfuric acid here. Ah, wait, we don't have red chips, that's the culprit. Okay, that's half of it. This is the half that is on. So we can check back in a little bit and see if all these belts are still compressed or not. They should be. I should then give it sort of a cold start. Oh, this is dangerous. D for danger. All of this is now full. Okay, here comes the Control Z of Doom. It could take a while. On a scale from Little Johnny to the average train, how dangerous is it? Actually, I haven't gotten the game to crash even once by doing a 100,000 entity Control Z action. It is quite incredible. So yeah, in the beginning we'll have this kind of thing going on. But since we are priority compressing the near side of the belt, which the inserters like to draw from, like the near side of the belt is compressed here. That means this should eventually start backing up even on the far side, which does not get prioritized. So I guess we'll come back in a little bit and see how that goes. But that means all these belts should eventually be compressed, even though we are going to be deleting the blue chips from existence. So this keeps running from now on. We're going to do the same thing for over here, but did I flip this around? I don't think I did. Top. So the right side, no, this is inside. Here as well, bottom, under, and then bottom, under. Yeah, there's also inside. I think it's configured correctly. Okay, we can already see this. These belts are backing up, even though like this one is now backing up over here. The near side is compressed by default, and the far side is backing up because we are not using all of the ore. That means eventually the entirety of all these belts will be backed up. So let's check back in about 10 minutes or so. See if that's true. I guess meanwhile we can also switch on this thing. Just for the fun. Oh, it is large. There's no chance I can speed up the game anymore. Yeah, we are at 56 UPS. That's just from the drawing though, I think. If we will be zooming in, it will be better. Okay, we'll check out this. Here come the green chips in a little bit. Right, so that should eventually be green chips coming down all these 28 belts and disappearing into nothing. So I suppose we can see it here happening as well, that the belts eventually should get backed up. Right, I'll take a little break, I'll be right back. And hopefully the entire green chip build will have started up completely. Alright, I see the belts are backing up nicely, especially in the parts where I forgot to connect them to the actual green chip build. The belts are nicely backed up. Can I fix that remotely? Not sure. No, copper is not moving. I'll need to take a look then. Ah, I see, so we need to copy this including underground. Alright. Alright, so why are these not full yet? These belts at least have been going all the time. I think they're still just in the startup phase. It takes a while for this to... We only like have barely enough stuff on the belts there. But since it's literally the same build as in other parts of the factory, that should eventually compress, right? Or do we have some weird stuff going on that it's built in a different orientation and now everything changes? That sometimes is the case. I think bots are not slowed down on a kilo, but they take 5 times the energy to fly. So they fly the same speed, but they have to recharge a lot. They can only fly a fifth of the distance before they need to recharge. And they spend the same time recharging like they would on Northeast. So in general, yes. Overall, they are slower. Alright, so now if we look here, you can see the far sides of the belts have all backed up. And the near sides of the belt, which are the top of each belt, is just flowing uninterrupted. And that is with the green chips. Why is this not working? Literally one belt is not connected here. I probably accidentally deleted that. At least this one is working. Here we can see green chips has backed up. So we are prioritizing this input. And this input is all the way backed up. So that is how it should be. We'll just leave this in place then. Eventually all of these should be reliably backed up. I don't see why that should not be the case. So we'll just hope that that will be the case. This has not started up yet because I did not put fake energy there. Alright. So that is the rotated build for oil. Get rid of this then. Get this thing in there somewhere. This should have the 10 belts of copper that actually could just connect straight over here. Would be funnier if we place it down here though. Right, roughly over here. Alright, and coal obviously we'll switch that around as well. It probably will just come in like so, I suppose. If I suppose that, then let's make it so. Okay, these are now too long. And that actually should start up the... We can connect this now. No, it's not yet in this definitive location, perhaps, so let's not connect it yet. That is red chips coming out. Kinda looks like we are gonna have oil gonna come in from over here, since oil patch is over here. And red chips can go to the right. Green chips can go to the right. And then we'll basically have this thing. Actually, red chips can go to the left as well. Green chips are coming in over here. And that would mean we're gonna have inputs from the other side. Greens and reds go in like so. It kinda makes sense. And we can just put this thing here, avoid all the patches for this thing. Oh yeah, now it's coming together. And this is way larger. This is the size of the blue chip build, man. Holy moly. Yeah, like and 2.0 with the legendary qualities, and you can have like crafting speed 100 on machines. It's just absolutely insane. Okay, it does look like all the gaps in the transport belts have dissolved. We didn't see these ones. I'm just looking here, all of this green should be fully backed up. Can switch on the gap spotter. No gaps in the green chip belt at all. Okay, that is good. Let's do the gap check in the ore belts. Yeah, this is what I was hoping. Okay, there are still a couple gaps in copper. Iron is completely devoid of gaps, even in the 2/3 density belt. And how is it over here? Yeah, it's the same. So occasionally this still happens. There's some weird stuff going on sometimes, but in general all these belts are almost fully compressed, despite the belts only getting 2/3 of a belt of ore. That is what we wanted to achieve. I think in Factorio 1.1 the scale of things are... I mean, you would not quickly build something, you would more scale towards quality things rather than just pure volume of things in Space Age, I feel. So this might be the last project of its kind for a while at least. Until everybody gets good and at Space Age as well. I think we are done. We have... Is this alignable? It kinda is. One, two, three, four, five, 7 tiles to the right. We can do that. Okay, there's 7 tiles to the right. Now this is aligned. It is not. Was 3 tiles too much? Alright. One more attempt. Against the beacon, not on top of it, against the beacon. Alright. Sure how much that matters, but I do want this to turn right, maybe here. Top belt. 2 belts down is fine. Alright, so no more fake copper, now we have real copper. Okay, and real chips. Suppose we'll just turn the first, how many belts? 14. I have too many belts, have I not? I have too many belts, oh god. Yeah, I only need 10 more, not 14. I have 4 belts of green chips too many. Is that a problem? Not really. Suppose we can snip some off here and have this rotate up a little bit more to the right, so the corners are more pronounced. This is going up straight over the roboport, where this is going up way more north. Yeah, we'll see. Let's first connect it though. Then we need a 14 by 14 corner. Much easier than a blueprint book, just the copying and pasting all the time. Alright, so that is no more fake green chips, but now it's real green chips. I think I got confused with I need 14 belts of greens for 28 belts, or like 28 setups of reds, and I got 18 plus 10 in my mind instead of 14 plus 10. I think that is where I went wrong. So let's actually go back into, let's check in the calculator. We've been here a while ago. I need to find the right tab. It was this one, but times 4. 1852 times 4. $74.08. Alright. So we're just looking at the speed modules then. Yeah, it's 24 belts of green chips, not 28. It is 9.8 directly into speed modules. Here we got 99.8. I guess I can just extend this one. And then 14 belts into red chips. So I made 28 belts instead of 24. So indeed we need 4 belts less. Back to the game. Alright, that's all the red chips then. Guess I'll make the coal mine later that we can just stack on in the end. We do have a nice setup for oil. The pipelines need to be short, so now we just need to find then oil patches. Of at least 2000% oil. All these oil patches are way more than that. There's already 500%. We need how many? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 lines, right? Why is there so many pipes going in here? Ah, this is the petroleum gas coming out. Okay, we need that on the other side. That goes into the plastic build. That's not right. Something is off. Okay, we'll figure out the exit later. Let's first worry about the entrance. All of this is petroleum gas. Petroleum gas. And this is the oil. So we can build it even closer. We first gotta find the 7 best batches, approximately. 35, 34, 35, 39, 38, 56, 16, that's not great, 39. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, then the center, we should move up 1, I suppose. I'm not sure if that fits. We want to go left with these belts. Flip. Ah, wait, that doesn't match up anymore. I need to flip this thing with it. Flip. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so now we got full belts coming out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 10. 10 belt is going to be here. Okay, so we already are almost pressing against this thing. Ideally, I would like this to move down 2 tiles then. Okay, we gotta figure out later how to exactly do the leftovers belt. So basically what's going on here is each of these 3 belts produces 0.35 belts of red chips. That means 1.00 belt goes on the main belt, 0.05 belts goes on the leftover belt. So we got that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. 9 times 0.05, so that's 0.45 belts. And we got 0.35 belts coming out of here. Together that is 0.8 belts, and that is the 0.8 belt which makes the 9.8 belts in total. So that is how this is hooked up somehow. So I suppose if I think about it like that, we can actually just sideload all of these leftovers here. That should be 0.45 on one side of the belt. And then we make sure that this is loaded only on the far side of the belt. So we'll do a special trick for that, which is this. Now red chips cannot pass straight because red chips are only allowed to go through the side where red chips is marked. Alright, that means this belt is a little bit imbalanced, but we can later do some proper lane balancing on that. Alright, now we just gotta copy paste this this contraption. I think this is the fastest way to do it actually, just automatically place the undergrounds like so. Okay, that's all the red chips. The red chips will meet up with the green chips. Suppose we'll have 10 belts coming out of here. Red chips, we're just gonna meet it up like so, adjacent. And then we'll figure out how to put it in here a little bit later still. This can be built a little bit more to the left then, I suppose. We need an actual corner instead of this thing. looks like we kinda do need to do some... I don't know how to build a proper one-to-one lane balancer. I always just do this, but that is not enough. So this theoretically, no matter on what side of the belt it comes on, I see how it works now. I see how it works now, yeah, that's correct then. And this gets blocked off, so the right side goes on here, the left side goes on here. Why is this thing here then? Oh, I still don't understand it. Okay, let's test it in case. Ah, yeah, okay, I see. So everything is forced onto the left side of the belt. Okay, this worked for this side. Okay, it works for this side as well. Okay, so I think stuff is just preferred to go, does work, but stuff just is preferred to go straight if there's the same amount of stuff coming in from both sides. Okay, now we see it better, I suppose. And now it will again be both same. Actually, now it switches around. Right. I guess it works. Alright, looks like again, classic Michael Hendricks style, missing a couple of belts. Let's grab a 10 by 10 corner again. And get rid of these. Alright. Then let's work on getting the plastics connected up properly, like without spawning in the petroleum gas and the coal. Then we have all the ingredients complete, and then we can just hook up this contraption we made at the very beginning. And that should provide us with all the rocket control units we need for the 10,000 signs per minute base. Holy moly. This stream is going on for... Oh, I started late, man. That is why it feels long. We've only been streaming for 3 hours 20 minutes. Okay, it's not so bad then. We are not too far from being done with this entire thing. I haven't even tried artillery yet in 2.0, nor have I tried remotely driving a tank or anything like that. I do like how this is starting to look on the map as well. The green being replaced by red. Let's temporarily make that the same size, just for the OCD. Okay. So yeah, we'll first do the oil stuff. That is annoying. Let's stop the blinking. Okay, now we need to do the pipe counting stuff again. This can move to the left still, actually. We don't need to build this so far away. In fact, let's go over there with the cursor. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think for scenic purposes, we'll just throw in a pump everywhere. Here it already almost hits, so that kinda doesn't make sense. Okay, let's see how far we can get. Nothing lines up with this one. Okay, what will be the... I guess this will be optimal if I... This is pretty good. That's pretty good actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that should be able to go pumpless. We need the full... We need like 1197 oil per second. So 17 is the correct length to go with here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It would be. Is this max length? No, it can be down one tile. I honestly thought I would miss the old fluid mechanics in Factorio 2.0. Well, I don't. I do not. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That is 1200 throughput. Those were the furthest away ones. Maybe we can get away with it without pumps again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright. Things are looking good. Yeah, I think we can make it all without pump. Oh, let's just do this then for this guy. Super short connection, and these can go up. Now it no longer really matters anymore. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's alright. Probably should not do this, as this guy is going to come out here. Okay, 1, 2. One, 2, 3. Did I forget to hook one up? No, no. Yeah, I forgot to hook this one up. Okay, I suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's good as well. And then the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Recently finished 450 hours space exploration run. That is a long run, man. Which version did you play on Obsolete? 0.6 is now, right? I did play a couple years ago when it was 0.5 still. Ah, 0.6. Yeah, Akilo kinda is very annoying to hook up palm jacks. I must agree with that. Okay, we'll plop down a radar and... Oh, we got radars here already. We just need a substation. Eventually we'll have to tie all of these builds together, but for now that should be oil. I think I'll put one of these just to see if everything works. These are just making so much oil. It just instantly fills up the pipe. It produces like 400 oil a second about. And then there's another 500% productivity bonus. That's 2400 oil a second. Then there's the speed bonus. There's 4800 oil per second, which these guys can produce in the beginning. And eventually that's going to diminish, but by that time we have more than enough mining productivity levels to catch up. Even at minimum speed, in the end, these will be producing more than 1200 oil per second. Alright, I suppose we'll do something boring for connecting up all the these pipes. It kind of makes sense that they go near the top instead of near the bottom. I guess we'll extend the radars like so. I guess these are like connection points for outside power later on. This radar can go then. Yeah, we'll just add these, bridge the gap, and then we can do the neat thing. These should all connect probably. Alright. This is one tile short. Suppose it's okay. Oh, that lines up perfectly. Or does it? Okay, just drag these up from the bottom. And that makes a nice pattern. Alright. Okay. Let me check. Okay, everywhere we get this fluid everywhere. Now we just have to hook all of those pipes up into here. Yeah, hooking up belts is rather easy, but hooking up pipes is way slower in compared to the belts thing, where you can easy copy paste everything and visually affirm that everything is correct. Okay, here we got like 700 petroleum gas flowing through each pipe. So that means we have no worries at all. In terms of fluid throughput. We're gonna be short like 2 pipes. Okay, that means we can just do this. Okay, now this connects. That is fine. Okay, now do we have petroleum gas? That's the question. If plastic starts coming out everything again, then everything is hooked up correctly. I went to Fulgora first because, yeah, it was... I let Chat decide which planet to go to first. So we went to Fulgora. I didn't know anything about the planets beyond what was in the Factorio Friday facts at the time. And I also got bullied by Chat into going to Fulgora before I had purple signs set up on Norvis. So before I had elevated rails researched. Which made for a very fun experience on Fulgora, where the intended way is connecting small resource islands to big islands with built area with exactly elevated rails and elevated rails only. So that was kind of fun. Alright, the annoying oil stuff is done. Let's make another save. Annoying oil stuff done. And then we just have to make some a coal miner thing. I have the security feature where I sideload a belt, so I do kind of want to set it up on the coal patch with my blueprints. Let's just first see how this would fit. We only need to worry about one side really. And 7 belts only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is definitely not a million. think we'll delete this half. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we gotta get a million ore under everything. 1.2, 1.0, 1.0 counts. This is gonna be the backup miner anyway. This is actually less than a million. Okay, what if we orient it a little bit smarter? $1.6. Okay, this is good. Okay, these are a bit low. Okay, looks like we're just going to be manually fitting these then. I mean, is this the only logical oil? It kinda is. And we could do coal on this patch, that would be very easy. And not that much further. It would cross the output of... Yeah, it would cross the output for the rocket control units though, so I don't really like that. Let me just try to fit 8 miners on here, it should not be too hard. Okay, 1.3. Okay, this is actually pretty poor here. This is a poor corner. Nothing is a million over here. Okay, so let's go over here. 1.5, 1.4. This was 1.0. 1.0 is good. We can make them adjacent. If we're not gonna go multi-layer. I bet we can go multi-layer here. 1.7, 1.0. Yeah, that is fine. Can I go up one? That is good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is not good enough. Can do a couple more on this side. 0. It's exactly good enough. Man, this patch is kinda horrible. Alright then, I suppose we'll just use this patch here. This is a super patch. No matter how we place it, it's gonna be good. All of these. 2 million, 3 million, yeah, there we go. Don't even need to think about it. We're gonna just build half of it though. So we can delete 1/2. And we have 8 belts coming out here. We need 7 only. 7 belts. Where is my patch? It's over here. So we'll simply delete the last one, I suppose. Yeah, that lines up decently. Seven is just a little bit too few to start worrying about copy pasting a corner. Alright. We'll fake power this as well. Okay, there we go. That's the something has run out symbol. As if this belt is moving at all, we get this message here. And this belt is basically side-loading all the other, or basically it's joining all the other belts, but the other belts have priority, which means as soon as one of these miners runs out, then we're gonna get the signal. Now the belt is not moving, you can see it's not moving, but if this miner were to run out, suddenly this belt will start moving right now to supplement for that miner, and we get a notification. So the moment something runs out, we have a lot of time to react, basically, before any production goes down. This system is present on all my miners, so pretty good extra fail-safe. Especially since I'm doing like on-patch type of production without actually like trains or bringing resources in from elsewhere. If this happens, it's fairly easy for me to just either build a new miner here or even hook up a different patch altogether. So that's why I have that system in place. Okay. Finally, that is the entirety of the resources thing done. Now we can hook it up and that will be all. Suppose we first should try to fix the green chip build, which has been overbuilt by 4 belts. Where are we? We are already too far. Should be fairly easy to fix that mistake. We didn't do any symmetric stuff, so that is okay. We do need to have this, just need to hook that up with green wire, the clock thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then a green wire, which you actually have to craft. Put that back up there. This goes away. Oh, then we have 4 belts less. Oh, that's actually good. Because 24 is divisible by 3. That means we get rid of this extra belt and one of these splitters. And the entirety of the thing mirrored on that side. Ooh, now we... I guess we can just hug that again later. Oh, it would be nicer if that would be not taken from this side, I suppose. Already cutting short this side, are we not? Yeah, we have 9 belts here, 10 belts here. I suppose I'll just leave the miners in place. Yeah, I think I'll do it like so. Alright, then this side. 3 belts go away here. Does not really matter here too much from what side we are not doing it. I guess we can get rid of 2 belts entirely here. So basically I just copy this. Let's copy a little bit more. We copy this. And we can get rid of this one and this one. And then just copy it back. So. Let's try to make it so that we can do it without shift clicking. Just to make sure everything goes on there. Alright, there we go. Alright. And so let's go down 1 tile as well. No, that's not true. It's alright like so. Fixing things in a big build like this is always a lot more difficult than building it correctly from the first time. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, I hit this belt earlier. Alright, I think now it's correct. We'll do it one more time like so. Just to make sure. Okay, we do get a notification from both of those, so that's good because we moved it over a bit. I think everything, yeah, everything is looking good. All the belts get ore. Alright. Then, almost done now. Now basically what we have to do, 4 tiles of distance. So we gotta match that up over there. And that means we can have a proper corner. This goes back onto here. Alright. And that's the entirety of the green chip build fixed. was not absolutely necessary to do it, but it was, if you understand. If you understand, then it was. Oh, do not get sniped by pianodons. That is a bad idea. Yeah, the poison capsules for small demolishers really was a weird find. I didn't expect that to work at all. I did know the effect would stack. I did not know it would affect every segment of the demolisher independently as well and stacked in a stacked way. That was pretty cool. Okay, good, good. Green chips is fixed. Now we can hook up this thing and then we're done. Alright, so now we know where the stuff is coming from. The stuff is coming from the top left corner. So I suppose we will first design this thing, because now this is coming from the wrong side. I suppose this is just flippable. And we should be able to... yeah, that should not have changed anything. Let's go over there. That should not have changed anything. Let's see, red chips are on the right side, green chips on the left side. Does not really matter which belt goes onto what. But if red chips are on the right side, it makes sense that they're on top. Probably looks a little bit better. Okay, we also powered this thing up already, so theoretically that is ready to go. Oh, this is going to be a very... okay, yeah, that switched over as well, I see. There's going to be a very nice looking power network. Okay. Yeah, look at that. That is awesome. I think we're gonna get rid of the super substations now because we want to power everything. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the only build which does this. The rest is all nice and squares. Here we go. I'm not going to go into pianodon belt weaving. No, thank you very much. There's actually guys on the Discord writing like tons of codes which need to run for days on end. And they're trying to find better... basically better versions of the belt weaving. We're up to... I think some guy on Reddit actually found 4.76 something, and our best on the Discord was 4.758. Alright, so that goes in like so. Technically this build could move up to the left a little bit. Does not really need to. We could still... no, we cannot really align it with this anymore. We kind of put this L shape between the resources here, so that kind of makes sense. The speed modules have to go out to the left. We also gotta have the blue chips come in. Where are the blue chips gonna come from? I suppose the speed modules could come out to the right. And just meet up with blue chips somewhere around here. Then we just take everything in from the other side. On the other side, the blue chips could just come down here, go here. It's gonna be 2 belts of blue chips. And then just meet up with the speed modules on this side. So yeah, oops. Again. Again, too early, copy pasted. As a punishment, we'll have to do this 10 times now. So actually, we should keep a little bit of space for the speed modules to go out. Right, one of these belts had only 0.8 chip stings. We should remember this. This one is not full. So the first belt is not entirely full. May as well just throw that one into here then. If we mix it with a belt that is full, we have two 0.9 belts. I think we're just going to keep this alignment. There's any reason not to. It's not really nicely alignable with anything. Could go to the right a bit more. Yeah, we could align it with this, maybe. It would look worse, I think. It is located nicely as it is, kind of. Maybe we can go down just a little bit more. It's not really very alignable with anything else at all. This and then a little bit down. Okay, let's make that align. And that is at least something. Okay, hopefully I didn't break anything. Now these have a roboport of space between the stone patch and this belt, these 2 belts of blue chips. Okay, maybe this could go up 3 more tiles then. Right, so now what is it aligned with? The center of this copper mine, okay? It's aligned with the center of this copper mine. So there. Okay, what's going on here? Power is going on here. We lost fake power. Okay, that should... yeah, that goes again. Alright, so that should be 0909. We should keep that in mind. This is a special belt with less speed modules than the other ones. So basically now we got 8 of them left over, and we have 4 sets here, so we can just combine 2 of these every time. Like so. Meet it up with a blue chip belt and call it a day. But that doesn't really work because, no, it doesn't work. We need to combine it into one belt. Right, this has got to become a belt, these 4, and then the other 4 have to become one belt, and then this one has to be split and joined to both belts. I suppose we can move this out a bit, so let's try something. We will do this again. Okay, this will actually work. Now this is a full belt. Not really quite yet though, but almost. I suppose that means we actually can do that here as well. Except my scenic underground doesn't work anymore then. Oh well. Okay, that is one. We can do that again. Right. We don't even need to do the scenic thing. We can just really, yeah, we can really sideload it like that. Is that just copyable? No, because this belt. All right. So these are the 2 belts. Now if this belt goes in here, we can make this belt go around here. Alright, that is one belt. The other belt is now situated over here. Okay, so these are the two main belts. Now we just gotta hook this belt up to both of these. I suppose... we can do this. Alright. And then we can join them with the other belts. If we give input priority to the main belts, then eventually what will happen is this belt will get backed up, even though it's producing less, if the other ones are consumed first. So then we will know everything is good. Now is all this full? I could theoretically just plop one of these in here everywhere. Just to make all the bells visually full. Okay, now all the bells are visually full as well. Alright, and out come two belts. Here comes belts of blue chips. That just has to be mixed and matched up, and matched up. I suppose we'll do this like sort of symmetric, like flip it around. There is a mod which puts a timer on Norvies to implode, so you have like 8 hours to get off Norvies. After 8 hours it implodes and is permanently gone. I should have had that for my Space Age new player experience, man. I mean, it's kinda how Norvies ended up anyway. Except for, yeah, the problem is, does it fix that you then later can still unlock the quantum processor, which it requires you to capture a byte spawner. If you cannot do that, you will soft lock yourself later on in the game. Okay, I suppose let's first hook up these belts then. How are we gonna do it? From the outside in? Maybe. Okay, that is off. I had to go back to Norvies twice. Once for the the capture biter spawner thing. To unlock the quantum processors, and once to unlock nuclear power, because I didn't. I think I'll just cross this like so. Alright, 1, 2. So I suppose this stays the same. Yeah, I guess they will have thought about that. I guess this belt could be shorter one tile every time. Kinda makes sense to do that. Since here looks like we are all about visibility. Okay, why is a miner run out? Wait, what? Ah, yeah, I see. That's why this is side loading here, because if it's not, then there is not always space to output, and by side loading you make sure this miner always has space to output, and there's a very small buffer here to keep the belt full. If it's rotated like so, sometimes it's full too much, and then there's a gap and it's not ready to output the next piece. So that is what was happening over there. Right? Good that we got that. Alright, then it's just a matter of hooking up all of these. Alright, that is speed modules. Effin speed modules. One more section. Man, I'm exhausted. I don't know what's going on. I'm start to be really tired. I will still finish up this part of the rocket control units though. Just I won't take the blue chips over here actually because they are not switched on yet. But I will finish this part of the design. And maybe I should hydrate some more. That helps sometimes. I mean, the rocket control unit is basically done. Already too used to Factorio 2.0. Must craft copper cable. Right. A nice power pole to power up the last beacons. Looks like here need to do something like so to power all the beacons, and here again one of those. That is not enough. We need to do this. Alright. Suppose we need to do that here as well. Yeah, that looks okay. Alright, so this is done. Let's copy this entire... That is such a long array. I will flip that vertically. Alright, that is entirely powered. Now we got speed modules. We need to sort of scenically hook that up with blue chips. Some sort of semi-satisfying way. That could be one. I'm not sure I would call this semi-satisfyingly, but it is something. So let's just spawn in blue chips for now. Here the blue chips come. Can we just... can we like flip this? Would it work? Yeah, but speed modules has to come in from here then. This does work. Kinda. It does work. This can go here. Ooh, this is... yeah, that won't work. I was thinking I can turn this here and bring it down. But I can't, because that is not belt weavable. Alright, then 1, 2, suppose we'll just do this. 3 and 4. And not very satisfying that these are not on the correct side of the belt. It should either be like symmetrically. Alright, there, that's better. It's some sort of contraption. Can you do it switch to switch build? I don't understand exactly what you mean, but this is mirrored. This is now mirrored. This is mirrored. Everything is mirrored. Right. It hasn't even reached the end of the belt yet. Right, out comes 4 belts of this stuff. It's where switch on each other. Loops on each other. I think that gets a little bit lost in translation. I don't exactly understand what you mean. Snip the initial segments of the blue belt. Hi. Yeah, that should be done. The last one is wrongly connected. Ah, yeah. Guess we also have to snip this down. And I think what we'll do here is we'll have a good old four by 4 splitter. Technically it should be a 4 to 3 splitter. How does that look? No, it's a little bit annoying, but I think I have, for my final build, I have only 3 belts of rocket control units coming in, so I guess we have to do that. Yeah, we need 2.7-ish belts of rocket control units in total. So we take in 2 belts of speed modules, 2 belts of blue chips, and we make somewhere between 2.7 and 2.8 blue belts of rocket control units. That is the goal. So we do have the blue chips. That is what I am sure about that. Since we did test that. So now if I really want to test this, I have to deconstruct everything and switch it back on. This is blue chip, so we can switch that off. Okay, so just so that does not get in the way on the blueprint. I've been spawning in these things. Right. I'm not ready to make the actual blueprint just yet, but I think we can do a production test, because now we let everything back up too much, so everything is full. Is the base actually still producing? Don't think we are producing rocket control units anywhere else in the base, really. Not anymore. Yeah, it was 0 all the time. Okay, so we don't need to switch off any base parts. We haven't been making rocket control units anywhere. Okay, this might be the biggest control Z we're ever gonna do, so let's make a save. G, RCU build done, I think. Now we just need to add radars and roboports and whatnot. Alright. So what is all part of this build? It is basically everything in this area over here. Let's make a blueprint just to see how big it is. Roughly 56,000 bells, about 13,000 modules, 3k undergrounds, 3k, 4.5k inserters, 3,000 beacons, 1,000 assemblers. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, now we'll give it a cold start and see if we can get up to... Okay, that was my mouse button failing. I have to load it. We have 480 as rocket control unit assemblers. It's not 80, but 480. Yeah, this may go very wrong. I think I have 240 blue chip makers. I have 60 lines of this times 4. But these also have some custom speed modules. So yeah, 240 and then it's 480 RCUs. My blue chip makers are also including yellow signs and including the satellite parts. That kinda comes together. I do like this power line pattern here. Kind of feel almost I should get rid of this substation. At least put it on the bottom. Somebody getting distracted again. Very, very possible. Oh yeah, that's better. More in line with the rest of the build. Okay, now we got total cross pattern going on. That is how it should be. Alright, then we save. I am already gonna make a blueprint. Put it in the library, just in case the game crashes or something. I still have my work. I'm a little bit worried about this. Extra backup, in case it corrupts the save game. Means it's been a lot of work to design this one, so I don't really want to lose it by doing something dumb. And I mean, it's probably not gonna crash, but Control Zing 100,000 entities in one go would be considered a little bit dumb. I mean, this is deconstructing it. It's already taking a little while. So we could be looking at a minute or so. Okay, I pressed Ctrl Z. Now we just hope for the best. Music is still playing. This is the mother of all Control Z's, which we've attempted. There it goes. It didn't crash. Man, this game is programmed so well. I suppose this is the first thing which is gonna fill up. So let's watch this for a bit. The 24 and very much not 28 belts of green chips. Exactly 24 as it should be. Designed from the get-go. I've got like 60 lines of green chips converted into blue chips. 28 of those are supposed to go to rocket control units. 26 are supposed to go to yellow signs. And 6 are supposed to go to the satellite. That is the distribution for those. And all of that is just a little bit of overproduction. Everything is a little bit overproduced. Technically I would need like 58.5 sets of blue chips. 58.5 belts of green chips into blue chips to be exactly right. But yeah, slight overproduction is the name of the game. Okay, that means we should start producing rocket control units once all this stuff reaches the other stuff. Suppose I should have watched plastics first. That is probably arriving first. I guess now we're stuck watching green chips here. Man, I could in Factorio 2.0 I could select these windows to view and just add them to a list here, and we could quickly switch between map view on different settings without me scrolling around all the time. You used to have the RCU as the intended bottleneck. Kinda makes sense, since all of the other stuff is used for something else as well, except the rocket control units really. Unless you automate Spidertrons. Alright. Let's move over. Plastics is coming in already. Here's the coal. Here we're waiting for the green chips as well. Is that very flickery on your screen as well, or is it just my 47 UPS thing blinking? Rocket fuel, but I suppose you use that for trains as well. You could throttle it by rocket fuel and have separate rocket fuel production for trains and such. It is, alright. It's the zoom level. Alright, that is how it will have to be. Soon the sea of red chips should start flowing down as well. I do it different with slight overproduction. My method for slight overproduction is basically the science assemblers themselves are the bottleneck. So all of my 6 different science packs can produce at a maximum of 10,080 science per minute. You can look at the calculator once more after this is running, but that is my limiting factor. So I physically cannot. All of the rest is overproduced a little bit more, but the science assemblers themselves are the limiting factor in producing science, and I just make sure everything is slightly oversupplied in that regard. I think we're going to go down. It's going to take a while for all these green chip belts to fill up again, like fully compressed, so we might have a little bit of startup lag on the true amount of rocket control unit production. So I just use basically the early game science assembler ratio, the ideal ratio. You know, 5 red because it's 5 seconds crafting time, 6 for green because it's 6 seconds crafting time, and same 5 for military, 12 for blue, 7 and 7 for yellow and purple. And if you use that ratio of science assemblers, you basically produce all science packs in the same quantity. And then if you oversupply everything slightly, you will just be producing that science per minute constantly. That is how I got the 50 hours of 1008 science per minute without any single dent in there. And in the early game I got 63 science a minute, and then later 83 science a minute. Exactly as intended all the way. Right, here we go. We are getting some. It will take a little bit of time before everything is actually backing up, but the first rocket control units are going to be coming down the belt anytime now. Here we go. Right. So indeed we can see 9.8 belts of red chips here. We've got 9 compressed belts, and then this should be eventually, if everything is backed up after some time, it should be 9.8 belts of red chips. These belts are actually exact. They exactly consume 14 belts of green chips, exactly 10 belts of copper, exactly 7 belts of coal into 14 plastic. That's not true actually, we have too much coal. But we do have 28 belts of plastics which are consumed exactly. The overproduction here is in the fact that we would need a little bit less RCUs in general. We have 1.96 belts of blue chips where we would need 1.92, something like that. And now we have 1.96 belts of speed modules planned and supplied, but we only need 1.92. So that is the overproduction here. Ah, don't I have product? No, I do have productivity in the plastics. There should be maximum modules in everything. If not, then something is wrong. I think this taking a long time to compress is a function of like some irregularities in here. Because these inserters are on a clock, they only have a limited amount of time to grab the 10 ore they need to. And I guess sometimes before the belts are fully backed up, some of these inserters will have trouble finding 10 ore every time, which leads to not enough copper being produced until everything is fully backed up. And that will lead to the gaps in green chip production, though it looks like most of them are ironed out now. Okay, there's still a couple in there. But yeah, eventually that should all go away. It probably was much worse. But yeah, until all of this is out of there, which eventually will be the case, iron is already backing up the last belts right here. So everything should be backing up eventually. Looks like copper is just taking a little bit longer. Longer supply line, I suppose. It all very weirdly is in a single belt over here, and I'm not really sure what that's all about. But yeah, until... I'm not really worried still yet. Okay, so one thing I actually could do is, which I didn't do, I could speed the first and the last one up slightly less. Then we would still be producing enough rocket control units, but we would not be able to consume everything anymore. Which means this will start backing up way sooner. Might actually be a good idea. Right. And this is not looking too bad. We'll just let it run a little bit on the background. In the meantime, let's take another look at the calculator. So we are doing this. We are producing and consuming 1.96 belts. And now I have slightly too many assemblers to do that with. But we actually need only... we only need this much. I need to close some tabs because I have way too many open. Yeah, this one we still need. This one we still need. Yes, this is what we are doing. We are consuming 1.96, turning it into 7408 rocket control units a minute. Wait, 7408, and we only need strictly 7288 a minute, so we are overproducing 100 rocket control units a minute. So instead, if I would just slow this down a bit, let's say if I just had 480 assemblers without any extra beacons at the end, that kind of does it. That means we are no longer consuming the full 1.96 belts, ever so slightly, but we are still way out producing what we actually need, 7392 instead of 7288. So I think I'm just going to delete those extra beacons there, so that the blue chips and speed modules they start backing up as well. I think that's the way to go. So let's go back to the game. Back in the game. I haven't so far a single time, I should not say that, I haven't been on the home screen a single time just yet. So what I basically mean is just deleting these beacons. And we still should be fast enough, but we should no longer be able to consume everything eventually. Not really sure that makes it look prettier. It kind of looked nice with the beacons surrounding the build. At least let's try this. Why fast inserters? Here I just have the stack size set to 1 because if I use actual stack inserters, it will self-regulate eventually, but putting like 12 blue chips in here and then later 12 speed modules and then there are still 6, it's kind of imbalanced. So because this has such a long crafting time, I decided to just have fast inserters with stack size 1 here. I'm not sure, but I imagine that helps a little bit as well. Not really, but at least I don't need to search on the belt for multiple items. They just grab something and they're done. They can insert it. I do have like clocked inserters for where it mostly matters though, which is all the mass smelting operations. Those run on clocked inserters, and especially on the steel it's very useful, as the steel output inserters they can sleep for a very long time. Cannot really find a steel build at the moment. I should have plenty of them near this over here. So if you are looking on the steel build here with the clocking, you can see green light. Let's just grab some out of it. So these are on for a little bit of time because they need to grab actual items off the belt. So they have enough time to grab 10 ore, waiting, and then be disabled. But that 10 ore gets smelted into 12 plates. So these have stack size 12, these have stack size 10 for the ore. So we grab 10 ore exactly, smelted into 12 plates exactly. This one grabs 12 plates, puts it in steel. And then this takes of course a very long time, and this guy can grab 12 steel. We have set it to... maybe we should go up here somewhere. This of course always full of steel. So if we check out this guy, this one will only activate normally once there's 8 steel in there. So these inserters are sleeping for a very long time, not looking for stuff, they are just disabled. Here they go. Alright, so that's how that works basically. Okay, how is it going with the rocket control units? Unfortunately, we do not have the super precision in the statistics window like in Factorio 2.0. I suppose the speed modules still haven't really reliably reached the end just yet. I think we are reliably producing enough speed modules now though. I cannot look for speed module production because we're actually producing Mark III modules still. So this is not an accurate view. 6,000 a minute. So nice that they all pick off one. Okay, let's just take a look. It's not fully up to speed yet. But we should be in the right ballpark. So yeah, that's pretty good. But are we there yet? Alright, so our production capacity is 7392. Our production goal is anything more than 7288. So if we are 7300 or above, we're good. I think we're already there. Yeah, we are around 7350. In Factorio 1.0, this value rounds properly, so if it's 7350 it rounds up to 7.4k. If it's 7349 or below it rounds down, and this value just deletes the last two numbers. So if it's 7399 it says 7.3k. The fact that this says 7.3k and this one is flickering tells me we're right about on 7350. So that's more than 50 rocket control units overproduction than that we need for rocket launches. So I'm already happy, even though it's not really backing up yet. Bloop, 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 bloop. Ah, there should be one more on there to make it really satisfying. Here it comes. No, this guy just gets starved. Okay, let's have a look at this guy. So this should not be working all the time. Yeah, these are not working all the time. That's okay, because this one has... These two have less red chips available. It's now too late. Technically, I just could have added one more. Ah, never mind. We are doing it exactly here, so let's actually look at the cursed belt splitter. The blue belt of green chips just goes through, and this splits into red and yellow. There may be something going on with the red and yellow thing actually, since not all of these are exactly the same speed. So maybe we are not producing enough speed modules because of this speedy thing. Red chips are backed up though, so it looks like we are producing enough. I think maybe we should have a look at speed module production speed here. I think that may be the culprit. I mean, we are producing enough stuff, but we are not producing the amount I expected to produce. So I think we are going to have a count, because it looks like maybe speed modules in general is not fast enough, or something is going on with the inserters. So... Okay, my inventory is full. Alright, we'll grab some of these loaders. Alright, delete everything in my inventory. I think we are done with this stuff as well. Okay, so I don't have anything. Let's take a look. We should be producing... At least our production goal was 1.96 belts of speed modules. Can I see that somewhere? Yeah, here. 52.92 a minute. So let's run the test for... Wait, 52.92 a minute. That is over 100 stacks. How many slots do these have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that doesn't quite fit. We can run only a single minute. So we'll do a single minute. 3600 ticks. And we can do this instead. And we can run 2 minutes. 7200 ticks. Delete everything. And run. Alright, 2 minutes. Maybe I should have done 1 minute since I cannot really speed up the game, actually. Yeah, let's... That was a bad idea. Please pause. Just a single minute. Just to get a ballpark figure. Oh, I should not mix up my own inventory again with anything in here. So if everything is correct, did I press this button? I hope I did. If everything is correct, we should get in total 5,292. That's 2646 per chest. It's 2000, 25, 26. So 46 speed models in this slot. Ah, finally I did it. Finally I did it. I said it too early. You know, I didn't a single time, blah blah blah. 2646. 46 speed models in this slot. Okay, that is not 46 by a long shot. So indeed something is wrong with the speed module build. It's probably, you guessed it, not speedy enough. But you know what? I think I'm gonna call it good. Because we are overproducing anyway. I could use some of these extra chips to fill up the other side of the belt as well. These are side loaded, so that would mean basically just rotating that into here. And that would probably catch that deficit in speed. Alright, and in that case we do want normal output priority on this guy as well. Okay, so what will happen now is instead of these two belts being not full, having 0.9 belts per belt, these are now also just gonna have 1 belt per belt, at least if somehow these chips don't all get consumed, the extra ones will basically just fill up this belt. And that together should make sure all red chips at least get consumed, I hope. Okay, so that's backed up. We'll do another test just for this. Let that fill up. Can I speed up now? Maybe I can speed up a little bit. 80 UPS still. Alright, sorry about the screen. So proud of myself that I did not do it a single time yet. Okay, so now basically we want to wait for red chips to kind of back up at the end of the belt. I guess for the test purpose I could delete these, but I don't really want to because they will disappear from the blueprint as well. Looks good, I don't know. I suppose it's time for a test. We're definitely not consuming all red chips because this belt is already full halfway through the build. That should definitely not be the case. It should not be full at all. We could do some input priority just to check. Where it goes wrong. Right, so now if we see these belts backing up, then we know, like fully backing up, I mean, not on one side. It's actually not too bad. We no longer need the lane balancer then, I'm just gonna leave it in for now. Right, I'll do another 1 minute test. So we are looking for 2646. Take custom 2646. Uh, 25, 26, again 46 in this slot. Or anything close by, and then we will call it a night for tonight, if that is the case. So my brain is getting too much into like mashed potatoes to do a lot of troubleshooting still. Give me 46, come on. Yeah, there we are. There we are. That solved it. 48 and 45. Okay, that is just like irregularities and blah 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 and stuff. That is fine. We're actually one above in this case, but it could as well be one. This is one below. This is two above. So that is good. Right, then we solved that. So now if we delete this, hook it back up to here. That should mean eventually the speed modules should be reaching the end and they should start backing up there. I suppose that could be my outro screen for today. Finally some ethical non-quality gameplay, eh? Can I ask you what you use for your Twitch chat overlay in OBS? That shows recent chat messages. Yeah, you can set it to combine. You can set it to combine the both chats into one. I have the paid version of Streamlabs though. I did get it before Space Age because I wanted to multi-stream on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously for that. So I think that came with the paid version. Yes, how was it called, the program? Streamlabs, yeah, Streamlabs. This game is not a gambling simulator yet, this is without quality. I just read the patch note, walking on platforms is still a sin. Yes. I never really wanted that to get patched from the game. I understand that they really wanted to patch that from the game. But for me, like for the flight to the Shattered Planet, actually yeah, now it's backing up on the belt. We can see the speed modules starting to back up on the belt. We are ever so slightly outproducing now, speed modules, in terms of consumption. But yeah, for the flight to the Shattered Planet, I was really happy that I could be out of the spaceship because it made for a much more better viewing experience instead of doing everything from the map view all the time and having the inventory clutter or the geek clutter on screen with the planets and spaceships and a lot of stuff on the screen. Alright, that is nice. And that also means if this is backing up, that means everything is producing constantly, because if it wasn't producing constantly, it would have been grabbing those speed modules. So I'm pretty confident now we'll see more than 20... what was it again? Rocket control unit production. Yeah. It was flickering between 7.3 and 7.4. No, this one is even 7.4. So this one always rounds down. We're almost exactly at 7400 here. Which is like variance. That's like a variance number. You can see it's a little bit wavy here. Should get 7392 if I remember correctly. Let me just quickly check myself. Yeah, 7288 is the absolute minimum. We are producing 7392. So that basically tells me we are producing 7392 or something extremely close to it. And this build is now completed. Nice. Alright, that took a little bit longer than I thought it would. I think it's time to make the end of stream save here then. Not gonna do the blueprint stuff. End of stream save. RCU done except Robo Raider power. So I still need to connect the power grid, the individual power grids to each other and make sure it has Roboport coverage. Yeah, those things remain to be done. But the actual build itself is working. So yeah, nice. Let's see, can I go right a little bit more? Something like so. Right, so I'm not gonna have a long outro. I'm exhausted. I wanna go to bed. If luck has it, I will be here tomorrow with Space Age again, maybe flying back from the Shattered Planet and trying to remotely revive the planet of Norvis, which has been dead in that save for over 100 hours easily, maybe a lot more already. But it is littered in biter expansions. We have a small possibility to try to get it revived. But of course, we have to deal with... We have an undefended base, because what else is new in my playthroughs? I haven't been building defensive turrets since the Ultimate Death World Challenge, I believe. So yeah, we've got no defenses in our base, and of course we're immediately going to be producing pollution. We should be able to power up the Roboport network and put some lasers down on, and then we should maybe be able to transition to solar power without accumulators. Because we have some solar panels ready, but not accumulators. And yeah, we'll see if we can revive Novice, or if we reactivate the Biters by reviving Novice, and they destroy my entire base with a small biter attack of 3 biters. And I cannot do anything about it because I'm 4 million kilometers out at the Shattered Planet in my spaceship. So yeah, maybe that's going to be on the program tomorrow, we'll see. For today, thanks everybody for watching. I hope you had fun watching rocket control units for the final time, after which they can be rest in peace forever. Yeah, thanks everybody, and hopefully see you next time.